Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility in your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Peace and love. Great day. So good to be with you this morning. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton is a distinguished leader, educator, and humanitarian dedicated to empowering individuals and transforming communities worldwide. As Assistant Director of the Masters in Human Services and Pastoral Counseling programs at Regent University, she shapes future leaders in mental health and human services. A globally recognized speaker and author, her Removing the Mask workshops and acclaimed book series inspire emotional authenticity and professional growth. Honored as a World Civility Ambassador, Dr. Boone Thornton's impact spans continents, fostering leadership, emotional wellness, and transformative change across diverse communities. I present to you Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton.
Good morning. How are you?
I am all pumped up and ready to go with Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton in the studio. Welcome to the Black Business Network, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. I am glad and honored to be here.
I'm especially inspired because I am a degree holder from Lincoln University with a master's in human service and administration. And I see that that is your world all day long.
Absolutely. So service is what you do and what you know. Show up that way, right?
There you go, without question. Well, we're really excited about what you're going to bring to our audience today. I am so grateful for you joining us, and I look forward to your presentation as well as our audience. And make sure people get your pens and your pencil out, your paper, so you can take notes, because Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton is going to give you a real presentation right now. So Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, it's all yours. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm a human services professor. I have been teaching people how to go out into the world, into their communities, and make a difference. And so today, one of the things that I want to talk about is managing emotional wellness in uncertain times. You know, we as business leaders, we need strategies for what this looks like. Not that we haven't had to manage uncertain times, but with the current political and social climate, you know, things are heightened regarding jobs and finances, healthcare, Social Security. You know, it disproportionately impacts Black communities. So I want to address that and share some things, because collectively we are strength for each other. However, you know, some of us have been raised and we just take on, you know, this mantra of we have to push through, you know, and that can take a toll on you mentally, emotionally, and even physically, and not only affect you as a leader, but affect your business as well, because many of us employ people who look like us. And unfortunately, collectively, we are going through the same thing. So we need to break this cycle of hiding it, showing up with this, you know, smiling face like everything's okay. Because one of the things we're doing when we do that is we're modeling to people who are going through the things we are, that you should be okay. And so, you know, without intentional strategies for emotional resilience, we are at risk for burnout, stress-related illnesses, poor decision-making, fractured relationships, because it takes a toll. Emotional wellness is really not a luxury anymore. It is a necessity for survival, for growth, and long-term success. So the urgency to remove the mask is now. And so I have a lot of leaders like, what do you mean removing the mask? I'm not masking anything. Oh, but you are, because we've all gone through trauma, anxiety, and stress. This is a very stressful situation that we are in, personally, business-wise, and just collectively. So doing this presentation, I want to help you unmask those emotions, build resilience without sacrificing our well-being. And that's what we're actually doing. We're sacrificing our well-being. So as a professor, I always want to point out some teaching points and learning takeaways. So one of the things that I want to do today, and if I run out of time and don't have time to really address this whole thing, you can always use my workbook, companion journal, and the full book. So I'm going to explain how that works, right? Because it's important to know that we can start taking some steps on our own. And we don't have to worry about, well, I don't want to seem weak or vulnerable or like I am not in control. Nobody is in control right about now. So I want you to understand the impact of the current climate on emotional wellness, and how, as Black business owners and leaders, we need to be able to maintain a level of emotional stability. And we might not be able to do that on our own. Unfortunately, emotions is not something that we really talk about. I can even remember growing up as a child, anytime I was upset or unhappy or sad, I was always asked, what are you worried about? You don't have to job or bills, or we never sat at the table and talked about our emotions. We really didn't. And you kind of took on this mantra that this is not something I'm supposed to show people or others, right? I'm bigger than this. I'm better than that. So we also want to recognize the mask itself in the effects. Some of us have been masking for so long, we don't really know that that's what we're doing. And so I have a lot of business professionals. I do workshops all over, and they have I don't mask. Well, masking is sort of like an unwritten commandment in our society, right? Because to some degree, we all do. We talk about imposter syndrome, and when I'm talking about imposter syndrome, I'm always wondering who's fooling whom, I fooling, the people in my workforce, or are they fooling me? Because I can remember, having a job and, my boss saying, hey, Michelle, want to groom you for a higher level position. We want to get you ready. I'd be called into the room and give all my ideas and innovative and creative stuff, and we would work. And then I'd be asked to do like little bullet points for it. And then I'd sit in the meeting and hear all of my ideas that I presented, but that were not being presented on my behalf. And so was I, the imposter, or was I, the one being fooled in that moment? So we do some code switching too. We kind of filter our language. I can remember growing up, and see, I'm old school. I'm a baby boomer. When, you would answer the phone, or certain people would answer the voice. It was like a bill collector or something. I even know people that I would call their offices and didn't even know it was them. And they were like, oh, girl, that's me. That's just my work voice. Code switching. We have to switch based on, what is required from us socially, or what context we're in, or whichever audience we are with. And then sometimes, I even have to switch my code as far as behavior, not just my language, because, I found myself in meetings where, now, Michelle, you can't say that here, and you have to think about it a little bit. I have to filter it before it comes out so that I can make sure it doesn't offend or upset anybody else. We do that as leaders. We do that as employees and employers. We do at practical strategies for managing emotion, wellness in business, the power of collective care in the Black business community, switching from individual survival to a collective emotional strength in our businesses, how building emotional supportive business networks can lead to economic and leadership stability. And so then I want to do like a call to action, because that's what's transforming your reality, removing the mask is all about. Why emotional authenticity is a leadership strength, not a weakness, and how transforming your reality and removing the mask series can also be a tool to help you understand your own emotional situation, weaknesses and trauma, maybe some things that you haven't dealt with. And it's an invitation to dive deeper, right? And to where you are personally. And so that you get to the point where you are not only prioritizing your emotional wellness, prioritizing it across your entire leadership journey. So the current climate, it's time for us to really take a deep look at what is happening, not only to us individually, but around us. There's widespread fear, frustration, instability as it relates to our business, as it relates to us personally. We have to navigate changes in policy, changes sometimes that happen overnight. And for Black business entrepreneurs and professionals, concerns over racial inequality, funding, job security, healthcare, and the list goes on. And we've been taught, hey, hide that fear, but now's not that time. Historically, Black communities have systemic barriers to mental health care. And we have got to move beyond that. We have got to start an open conversation about the emotional struggles, not just the struggles as a business leader, but the emotional struggles underneath that, and that pressure to be strong and self-sufficient. It can lead to even more anxiety. It can lead to burnout, particularly for leaders who feel responsible for supporting their employees. All three of my children are federal employees and they're supervisors. And so they're at a point now where things are happening every day. And people who are experiencing this frustration and this fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. And how do you show up? That's the question. So addressing mental health openly is a step in breaking the generational cycles of emotional suppression and just fostering true wellness. It's important during this time to take time for you emotionally. Statistics showcasing the rise in depression is linked to political stress. A lot of times, you may call people, you may ask your employees, how are you doing? They have trained on this mask that says, oh, I'm doing okay. That's really not the case. This level of uncertainty and anxiety, you just can't mask. You just can't cover. It's not going away. You pick up on when you turn on your TV, there's more every day. According to the American Psychological Association, nearly 70% of, Americans report, some type of stress, some source of major stress within the Black community. And so, right now, disproportionately, it is rising and causing all types of health issues. I always tell my students, because, it's an academic career. So when you're working and you're in school, that's just like being employed itself, the way you show up in class, and I'll have a lot of students to say, hey, I'm just really stressed, right? Because I'm putting pressure on them. There are assignments there to do. There are activities that I do. There's role play, everything. And so what are some of the impacts of that? High blood pressure, high A1C, just, a lot of illness. Immune systems are depleted, and people are sick, and just physically sick and emotionally sick. So we have to really start to prioritize here. Our mental health alongside our professional success, because now it's at a point where it's hand in hand. You hide all the emotional drama and keep moving forward in an atmosphere of success, because there's too much frustration and there's too much pain and there's too much trauma. I always like to take this opportunity to introduce this workbook series that I wrote. Now, this workbook series, it was birthed during COVID, right? I started thinking about all of the things that I had done collectively, teaching in mental health, working in mental health, teaching in human services, and just the things that I've done with, even as a foster parent, work with children who had been removed and placed, in my house for some times, just as a rehabilitative component. And so I learned in all of those environments that individuals were really struggling with suppressed emotions and unaddressed trauma, and how we mask this. I would have a little kid that had been removed from his home, his parent, everything he knew, come live with me for a period, and I ask, how are you doing? And it's like a response, I'm doing okay. No, you're not. I would have employees that I knew were struggling. In the field of mental health, one of the things that we do, which most businesses don't do, because we employ counselors who work with individuals who are traumatized, we understand that trauma is in some way, not jump, but the counselors take that on themselves. So they have to be able to deal with that. You can only, pour so long for a cup before it becomes empty. And so they are no longer able to give and to work at the level that vulnerable clients need. And so from that, I understood that I need to create something where people who are going through this day in and day out can have an outlet, right? To journal, and I have a companion journal, to journal their stress. And journaling is so good because it's cathartic, but it can let us see some of the things that we've been hiding. We hide it from others because we've been taught, but that we've been hiding. I did a workbook that had a lot of it because I wanted people to see themselves like the way to look through the reflection of what you're showing, and what you're doing, so they could see what was happening. Journal about it, and then understand with the actual full book what is happening, why I do these things. Some of it is culture. It's historical. We've been, from a historical point, raised to cover emotional hurts and wounds, going all the way back to slavery, and from generation to generation. Although that's improved, it's still an underlying cause, because we've been taught to cover these emotions, not to deal with them, to hide them, kind of always be on the lookout for that other shoe to drop, not really being able to celebrate wins even our own promotions, because there's always that feeling that, some disappointment is going to come. It's not going to last. Some self-doubt, because we just been prepared for that. And so now it's time to honestly look at that, to confront that, and to create environments where our employees, where we can really not just survive, but thrive in the community that we live in and the places that we work in. So, and actually exploring that metaphor of the mask is just suppressed emotions caused by societal pressures, right? There is societal expectation, professional pressures, cultural norms that discourage open discussions about mental health. And for Black business leaders and entrepreneurs, the mask may take the form of overworking, appearing unshaken in the face of adversity, or suppressing emotional struggles to meet the demands of leadership. So how unmasking can lead to improved leadership? These are some things that will happen once we start to remove that mask. There will be a change in the workplace dynamic. It'll create a place for this authenticity. Now, it's not like I'm telling you, to keep it 100, because, to keep it 100, you can lose a lot. Your job, your wife, relationships. We know we can't keep it 100, but what we're talking about now is dealing with that pain that we feel every day, putting that on the table, not suppressing it, not hiding it, and creating this space for the authenticity, emotional intelligence, and having these meaningful connections, fostering a healthier workplace where employees feel seen. When you don't have to cover up the fact that, you're worrying about just keeping the lights on from paycheck to paycheck. You're worrying about your job, whether you're working and doing your very best. Policy can change, programs can be cut, and you have no control over it. So you want to cultivate an environment where both personal wellness and professional success can thrive, and set this precedent, for those that we mentor and we lead, that this is the time that we're in, self-awareness and regulating your emotions and emotional check-ins that we need to do. Because the foundation of emotional wellness is self-awareness, recognizing and understanding your emotions. Before you can dictate actions, often operate in high pressure environments, right? Things happen quickly. You got to make decisions quickly. So, and this self-awareness, we want to pause and assess our emotional states throughout the day. It's really essential. You can do things like, simply asking, yourself, how am I feeling right now? Because we overlook how we're feeling so many times. We push it under the rug. I don't have time to be stressed. I don't have time to be anxious. I feel overwhelmed, but I need to show up as someone who's calm. Think about what's triggering your feelings and how you can address emotion in a healthy way. Regular emotional check-ins help prevent suppressed emotions from turning into something more like burnout or poor decisions or strained relationships within the workplace. You just find yourself snapping at people, frustrating, but you're thinking to yourself, these people have no idea what I'm going through. And you're right. They have no idea what you're going through. And guess what? You have no idea what they're going through. So one of the things that you want to practice is mindfulness, right? Practices to help you stay grounded You know, mindfulness kind of allows leaders to stay in the present and focus, reducing stress and improving clarity in decision making. You know, deep breathing. It works. It really, really works. Deep breathing, guided meditation, or just stepping away for whatever is upsetting you for a few minutes. You know, you want to reset your emotional state, okay, and prevent reactionary leadership. Okay, a mindful leader is one who responds rather than reacts, you know, ensuring rational, thoughtful decision making rather than emotional outbursts or avoidance. You have all of these painful emotions hidden, they start to build up. And so when you react, that's how you react. Integrating mindfulness into a daily routine, such as starting meetings off with a moment of reflection or engaging in gratitude exercises, creates a work culture of balance, focus, and emotional regulation. You want to set boundaries to prevent burnout. So many leaders, you know, they feel a constant pressure to like be available. You know, I'm the leader. I got to solve every problem. And I've got the stress of the people around me, right? And this often leads to exhaustion and burnout. You know, leaders say, you know, I'm just so tired at the end of the day, I work for 7, but you are absorbing all the stress and the turmoil around you because you want to present that era of calmness. Often leaders are, you know, really stressed out because they struggle with setting clear boundaries, both professionally and personally. It's essential to maintain an emotional wellness, right? So this includes time boundaries, okay? You have to designate hours, right? Where work does not interfere with your personal time. So that may mean you have to put your phone on do not disturb, right? You have to step away from your laptop. You got to turn it off. You set up designated hours just for you. Mental boundaries, separating your identity from your business or leadership role to avoid tying that self-worth to productivity, right? Because some people say, oh, I didn't do anything today. You know, I'm one of those people who live by a checklist. And so when I have a list that's presented in front of me every day, and I haven't scratched off anything, and it's about 1, 2 o'clock a day, I can start feeling like I haven't been productive. So try to avoid tying that self-worth to productivity. Because guess what? There's going to be some days nothing's going to happen. That's just where you are mentally and emotionally. Emotional boundaries look a little different. Understand that you can support others without carrying their burdens, allowing space for self-care without guilt. A lot of times, you work with, your friends, and even your family can say, hey, and it's very innocent, I need your help. This is what's going on in my life. Because you're a business leader, they know you have it together, that you can problem solve, that you can come up with some strategies, so they'll turn to you. But you have to have that emotional boundary there to empower people to solve their own problems. Because when you solve that problem or try to help with that problem, if it doesn't work out, the same people are going to come back to you. Now they're roping you in. You know, what you told me didn't work. What else can I do? Well, that didn't work. What else can I do? To the point where you're feeling guilty and you're in there trying to fix things for them. So setting boundaries to prevent burnout is key. You want to do those time boundaries. designating off hours for yourself. You want to do those mental boundaries, separate your identity from your business, and not tying your self-worth to productivity, and emotional boundaries, right? Don't carry others' burdens. So when leaders implement these strategies, they model healthy emotional management for the employees, and they foster a workplace culture where emotional wellness is prioritized rather than ignored. And so one other thing that I want to touch on really, really quick, and I'm going to close, is just implementing wellness in the workplace. So you want to create a place where there's open channels for communication about mental health, right? No, you're not going to act as the counselor, as the therapist, but you want to let people know emotional wellness is important, right? And that it's okay for employees to say, they'll come in and say, hey, I got the flu, I got the pneumonia and this, but they won't say, I'm really depressed or whatever is going on, where they may need some time to handle this on their own with therapists or whatever, without fear, going to EA, using that emotional wellness outlets that they have there for them, right? And you can have a wellness suggestion box. People can put what's going on and kind of maybe bring somebody in to speak on that, right? Establishing wellness programs and resources. There are tons of resources on the internet, mediation, wellness, cohorts that they can join. You can do regular breakout and work-life balance groups. Talk about this. It is very, very important that you talk about it, right? And so I want to leave by basically saying, hey, this is a work in progress, right? This is something new. This is something that we're all experiencing together. You may not normally come to work and that be some of the things you talk about in your meetings, but add to the meeting. It's important. It's important to you, and it's important to your employees. So one of the things I talk about is my workbook. It's the Transforming Your Reality workbook. I always say you got to do work first. Gives you scenarios. It puts you in the mind of actually coming in and doing some journaling. Journaling may be new to some people, it may not be, but journaling is good because it allows you to see you, right? You don't have to cover up you, but you may cover up from your employees or employer. And so this gives you the time to journal what's going on emotionally, right? What it is you may not be dealing with is you need to address, that you don't come into the workplace emotionally charged. And then take the breaks during the day, right? Because there are some things that could trigger emotions that you didn't even know were there. And so take those work breaks, step away from it, all right? Come back fresh, renewed. Let's look at this again. And finally, make that time for you. You have to have time for you. I know it's busy. I know there are a lot of things going on around us, politically, socially, cuts, layoffs, everything. But you have to make that for you so that you can show as authentically as you can, and that you can deal with your own emotions and put your emotional wellness first. I'm Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, and I just thank you for this opportunity to speak on this platform.
Well, I tell you, amazing, simply amazing.
Thank you.
I'm in the studio, so I have to be very professional. But if I could just show you
Yes, sir.
my, if I could really just express how I'm removing the mask, from what I'm
Absolutely.
doing and showing up for myself and understand the value that I possess based on what you shared today. It's so important for people to understand their emotional intelligence and their self-awareness, and to take time for themselves and to know that they're enough, and be patient with yourself and give yourself grace. So, Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton, please share with folks how they can reach you one more time, please, because there are people in the chat who were very excited about what you were talking about and would love to get more information. So please share that with us.
Absolutely. You can go to the website, all lowercase, drmichelleBooneThornton.com. No space, no anything, drmichelleBooneThornton.com. I show up on LinkedIn as the Unmasking Guru, and I do Mindset Mondays and, kind of give you those tidbits that you can use not only on Monday, but all throughout the week to set your emotional direction. And my book, Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask, is on Amazon. You can also connect and purchase it directly from my website.
Excellent. Well, I tell you what, it's been a pleasure working with you and learning from you. I look forward to reaching out and continue to learn from you, as well as our guests and the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. Thank you for being here and being such a superstar. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Good day.
All right. Well, what a bowl full of information. I trust you got your pencil and your paper out. I definitely want to make sure that you understand that the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school students going to college and also K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that you see below. All right. And that's Cash App $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com, and every dollar counts. So when, we want to remind you how important this scholarship, fund is. And we want to thank our Black Business Expo sponsors, USA sponsors for this month. That's NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, the Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Blanks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Peace and love.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, The biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and they talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMET, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
So, are you going to the Christmas party on Saturday?
Content creators.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and the expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pound.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day. Business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat today with Erica Mitchell. Erica Mitchell is a CEO and celebrity shoe stylist at Erica M Experience and Company, and the founder of True Goddess Empowerment, a community dedicated to uplifting teen girls and women. Since launching True Goddess Empowerment in 2009, Erica has created camps and workshops that inspire confidence and success. In 2012, she and her sister launched the online boutique Goddess Couture, styling reality TV stars like Love Majestic and Netflix comedian Ada Rodriguez. After a life-changing move to South Florida, she fully committed her brand, later founding Goddess in Your City in 2022 to honor women making a global impact. I now present to you Miss Erica Mitchell. I know you all choked up after that introduction that we gave you.
Yes.
Was all pumped up and ready to go. So go ahead and get your choke on and get that out.
Excuse me.
No, it's all good. That's how you listen. This is live TV. So that's what happens when you're live, you know. And I'm going to tell you, you know, Miss Erica, I am so excited about the work that you do and empowered by it. Just reading your bio. I did a little research on you, so I understand the work that you do and the passion that you have for young girls. And our young women need models like yourself to not only talk it, but to walk it.
Yeah.
And also, I also did some research and found out you were a stylist. And so I need you to check out my gear and let me know what I'm working with. So I can make sure that I'm looking sharp on the Black Business Network. Am I doing okay?
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Well, we're going to have a fireside chat and get into the work that you do. And I want to make sure that everything is in alignment. And we're going to go through these questions because we're going to talk about your entrepreneurial journey. We're going to talk about your business and fashion and styling. So if anybody's watching and needs some fashion tips, you know, make sure you share this show right now so that your folks can tune in. I always tell you to get your pen and your paper. We're also going to deal with the empowerment and your community impact because you're impacting, as I said, so many other people. Challenges and the lessons that you learned along the way, and what's new for you in 2025 and beyond. Is that all right?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, so let's get into it. What inspired you to start True Goddess Empowerment, and how did your personal experience shape its mission?
I believe, like, when I started True Goddess, it was in 2009, and it was mainly because of the fact of showing young girls specifically that you don't have to become a product of your society. I grew up in Baltimore, Maryland, in this city, and also in Harlem, New York, in this, of course, you know, city. And, you know, it was, even though I had a village to help raise me, it was still, you know, a difficult time back when I was, you know, younger. And so my goal was, because of the fact I had a village to help raise me, at the time we had great neighbors beyond just our family, you know, to help with certain things. I wanted to be the outlet that young girls could see, whereas those like, okay, I can do this, regardless of where I'm from, regardless of, you know, what's the situations, things, you know, positive things that still become my life. So I started True Goddess Empowerment.
I love that. And I just so happen we already getting things in common. I grew up in Baltimore Park State. I'm from Annapolis, Maryland.
Okay.
But I lived in Baltimore Park Heights, Liberty Road.
Now, you know, I grew up in East Baltimore on Igor Street in Luzerne. And so, you know, it was a difficult time, excuse me, back then, but we had loving people to support, my family, friends, neighbors, and, you know, I wanted to give people that outlet, especially young girls, that it can be done.
That's
you know,
right.
You can still succeed in whatever you want to do in life, you know,
right.
But it takes a village to help with a child.
What was your turning point to make you, thank you for sharing that. And I really appreciate you, you know, giving your personal testimony, you know, because a lot of people aren't willing to keep it real, if you will. You know, they want to put the social media face on and only show the highlights, and not that it's important for people to know, your lows or your things that you went through all the time, but when you're willing to put yourself out there, then people can resonate with that, and so I'm really excited about the fact that you were willing to share this. So thank you. What was the turning point that made you fully commit to building your brand and business?
I think it was just, my why. And, I always speak about this. My whys, it still is today, was my mother, Robin Livingston, my grandmother, and my grandfather. They was my whys, in life. And just to make them proud and make myself proud, to show that I could actually do whatever they have installed in me to do. And also they played a big part in all my businesses. Even to this day, they no longer here, but they play such a huge part, in everything I've created.
Again, we're striking those chords because that is, that push from your family, it makes so much of a difference because so many people don't have that. And, unfortunately, there are a lot of families in Baltimore who children grow up in environments that are, unfathomable. You can't even think it up. It's something you couldn't even see on television. And so, the fact that you decided to take that energy and turn that into a business and a brand, is phenomenal. So now let's talk about, speaking of family, how did you and your sister bring Goddess Couture to life?
Well, me and my sister, it showed me, my sister Mika, she's one of the people that showed me that every love and every family, first of all, is not blood. She's not my blood sister, but we're sisters. I always feel as though that, God placed her in my life, and we've been in each other's life for well over 25 years. But it came about because of the love of shoes. Goddess Couture was built because of the love of shoes. I have been having a love of shoes since I was a little girl. My grandmother was a shoe diva. She had well over 200 some odd pairs of heels, and just growing up and watching that and watching the style and things of that nature. And then my sister have a love of shoes. And so we're like, we need to start a shoetique. And so we started Goddess Couture. Excuse me.
That's the 200 shoes that got me, right there, right? And so now I see where the goddess came from, because you were raised by goddesses. I get it, and that's so important. What was some of the biggest challenges you learned, lessons you learned along the way in developing your Goddess Couture brand?
I believe that one of the biggest lessons that we learned is that all your support might not come from family and friends, and not because of the fact that, it could be anything, any dislike or anything, but everybody's on different roads. So it was more so learning the community that you kind of cater to, when it comes to things like that. And that was like one of the biggest things that I learned, starting business period was, they might not be always the biggest supporters of what you think should happen. Like, when we paint these blueprints out for businesses, you thinking like, oh, so Uncle so-and-so will support, this person will support. No, it might not be that case. Some of your biggest support come from strangers. And so I had to learn that.
Yeah. And, the other thing is alignment, right? There are people that are aligned that have resources and talents and skills that your family may not have.
Right, exactly.
And so you have to be open and be willing to work with people. And open systems, means so much. So I'm going to shift a little bit to business and fashion. What's the most rewarding part about you styling people? And tell me, when you look at somebody, how did you like size them up and be like, okay, what goes on in that mastermind of the Goddess Couture that allows people to frame them and shape them to make them look like ta-da?
One of my biggest things is like when I'm styling people, I kind of get like this look as I'm talking to them, and you kind of learn people when they telling you like kind of like what they like, what they don't like, because everybody don't like the same thing. And so I think I kind of just size them up. Then I tell them like, hey, you look good in this, or you look good in that, or, maybe you should try a heel, maybe you should try a flat. So, it's just more so like kind of when they're talking, I'm doing my own self interview of them. And that's kind of how I start with, styling everyone.
Got it. And then I guess the next piece is when you're out there doing the styling, what's been like the thing that's been most rewarding? Because you not only do the clothes, but you also kind of focus in on the shoes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And make those shoes pop, So how does that come about in terms of making that connection between the outfit and then the shoes? Is it what do you strive for there?
You know what? My biggest thing is I love fashion all the way around, but my biggest target have been shoes. And it's just I love to see the confidence and the new empowerment and the self-esteem rising, when ladies do put on, a different outfit and a pair of shoes. A shoe could change a woman's life. The right shoe. You'd be surprised. It can change a woman's life, just like a hairstyle or anything else, but it can change a woman how they feel. They walk a little bit different now. They walk with their shoulders lifted, their back arch. It can change their life. And I think that's like a big thing to me. Just to see the empowerment and the I'm ready for the world now type of thing. So I love it.
So I love that because I can see the difference in the confidence in the walk.
Mm-hmm.
And then that walk in the shoes, of course, they got to be comfortable. But that walk, and when they get that walk in their stride, it speaks to confidence.
Mm-hmm.
And then it speaks to I feel good, I look good, and then on the inside, when you put those three together, then you got win-win-win. The good.
Right. Exactly.
What's been something that's like been a highlight for you in your career in terms of styling and just working in that space, because you are now like working with reality TV stars and other folks. What was something for you that was like when you looked at it and you were like, wow, I'm right here. I'm doing this. I'm loving this.
I think for me, one of the biggest things was, in 2015, I went from Goddess Couture to Ask Erica M. I created my own shoe brand. And I started creating custom shoes for survivors. I lost my mom to congestive heart failure, so I focused on creating shoes for heart survivors, cancer survivors, and so many more. But I was able to create a custom pair of breast cancer shoes for Zalika Mandela, who is the granddaughter of Nelson Mandela. And so that was a big, huge thing for me. And even though she's no longer here and she passed away last year, but it was so big. Like, wow, like you read about Nelson Mandela in history books, but who would ever thought that you would meet his granddaughter or yet alone, anything like that. And it was just pure amazing. It was pure amazing. And she, she loved the shoes. She really, she spreaded the word, in Johannesburg about the shoes. And that was really big. That was really big because I create them shoes for the survivors to feel confident. I will personally never know what they feel when they go through things of that nature, but it's more so to bring back the confidence. You can do this. You can fight as long as you can, and it felt good to do that. Really, that was a big highlight for me.
That's amazing to be able to work with, Nelson Mandela is one of the greatest figures of our time.
Yeah.
And so it had to be an honor to work with her. And then I love the fact that you have found a way to monetize your passion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And not only is it your passion, but because it's your passion and the fact that you have a sense of responsibility to help other people, get through something to get to the next level, not just get through it, but to get to the next level. You know, it's just so admirable. And I'm so glad that you joined us on the Black Business Network. You know, one of the things that we do here, and I encourage our viewers to make sure that they, tap into our scholarship. We'll talk a little bit about it at the end, but it's really to help young people get scholarships to school, as well as to purchase laptops, so you can donate there as well. But you're in working with, Miss Mandela, and then she shared it around, around South Africa. So that just gave you a whole nother, exposure. So tell me, like, what it feels like to work on that global level, and then what you did to bring that global work that you've done local to your communities.
It felt, it was, my grandmother taught me when I was younger to create, and I'll talk about this a little later, but she taught me how to create a manifestation board, which most call vision boards today, but she used to call it manifestation board. And I remember back in like 2020 during COVID, I put that on my board that I had styled celebrities, don't get me wrong, they all been amazing to work with some amazing people. But I remember I said, I put on that board, I wanted to style someone that not only is amazing, but creating such a big impact. And it felt something out of this world to be able to, even when she called me that day, I was like, oh my God, I'm on the phone with Zalika Mandela. You can hear the accent and, everything. I'm like, wow, this is crazy, but it felt good to be able to do that. And so I took that and, in the process, I kept on creating custom shoes. I do it, around October and things of that nature, every year, Heart Month, I do it in honor of my mother. And so, it felt good to be able to bring that and just, lay it on other survivors that's going through so many different things. So it felt amazing.
In your in the work that you do, tell me about a time that you ran across with young people and you saw that spark, that shift. They were low in their confidence, and when they transform and that spark comes into play. Share that experience with me.
You know what? I can actually use my nephew. My nephew is into fashion himself. He graduated from San Francisco Art Institute, but I think because he was watching me so much growing up, he wanted to do styling as well. And I remember he went through a phase in his life where as though he felt as though I can't do it. Maybe it's not meant for me. Let me go back to school for something else. And it was just having talks with him and motivating him, like, you can do this as well. Actually, you can do better. And he have worked with some of the top entertainers in this world and have his own clothing line now. And so I think it's more so of, and I told him the same thing I was told, write it down on paper. Every vision we have to always jot it down. We have to write it down in order and put it up somewhere, your wall. I don't care if you write on your mirror. You have to hold yourself accountable and look at that every day. When life try to throw you curveballs and trials and tribulations, you can look at that and say, you know what, Lord, this is what I'm going to do. This is what you gave, the gift you gave me, and this is what I'm going to pursue. And I think that helps a great deal with our younger generation.
Wow. Yeah, that light bulb, when that goes off, and kudos to you for creating succession. We created in our company the Win Cube leadership system. And one of the things we talk about is how to win in your personal life, how to win in your business and career, but also in your legacy. And in order to win in your legacy, you have to be able to share your gifts and your talents and create succession. So somebody said, now you train him, so he can get you gigs. He can open doors for you in your shoes, right?
Yeah.
But had he not done that, had you not trained him and put him in position and kept it to yourself. But the other thing that you said that was so key so key was writing your manifestations. And my mother literally taught us to write our prayers.
Oh yeah.
You know, and you know, the vision that you said your mom had, you know, to teach you how to do that, you know, was such a valuable tool, you know, that you can pass on to your children, your family, and really give people a sense of, you know, it's a tool that just, I mean, it comes almost like second to none because you really put it in place. As a Black entrepreneur, what are some of the things that you've experienced, a Black woman entrepreneur that you've experienced and had to overcome?
I think sometimes it's just, you know, as us being Black entrepreneurs, it's just sometimes getting the recognition that we deserve. I think that plays a big part. And I think that plays a part not only with just my journey, but with so many other Black entrepreneurs, Black actors. You know, you see that sometimes we're not getting the recognition that we deserve for what we put in. But, you know, all we can do is, number one, pray about it and keep on moving in the path and down the road that we're supposed to be on. But I think that's been like my biggest thing, is not getting the recognition that we deserve.
Yeah, you know, well, I think, you know, what's for you is for you.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that you're touching so many lives. And you know, when I think about it, because you talk about survivors, you know, and really helping out in your shoes for survivors, has people been able to reach out to you and support your work to help you fund the work that you're doing with survivors? Have you been able to partner with anyone, organizations? You know, do you have a campaign tied to your shoes? If you buy, you know, a pair of shoes and I'll donate, you know, part of the proceeds will go to, you know, some shoes for survivors. Have you done any of those types of things?
Yes, I have. Actually, I have partnered with some amazing organizations. When I actually do the campaigns, certain times of the year, that have been totally amazing, and just, you know, meeting survivors, just giving them, you know, words of encouragement. And, you know, one of the biggest thing I made a survivor cry. I'm like, you know, you have to, I create these shoes for them, not only just for the style, but so they can know, like, you have to continue walking in faith. Whatever life is throwing at you right now, you have to continue walking in faith. And I think that's like a biggest thing that, you know, I've been able to accomplish, and, you know, connect with other, you know, major organizations to, you know, just support me in.
Well, I'm sure we're gonna do it at the end, but if you wouldn't mind, share with us right now so our audience is able to tap into you know, the work that you do and support you. Share with, you know, folks how they can reach you on social media or any other platform that you wish for them to contact.
Well, they can go visit my website, which is www.ask, that's ASK, Erica, ERICAM as in Mary.com. And from the website, they're able to go to pretty much all social media links. And that's the biggest way that they can support, is going to their website.
All right, there we go. AskErica.com. Is that what it's supposed to look like?
Yes. Yeah.
Got it. Excellent. Okay. Well, you know, you talked about your mom and how, you know, much she poured into you, and even during the, you know, the challenging times. So how is it that, you know, you were able to rebuild your world after, you know, the passing of your mom? And my condolences to you. But how, you know, you were able to get through that and really, you know, kind of continue to move on and help other people?
You know what? It was like a ladder effect, because in 2009, my grandmother, very unexpected, she was never a sick woman, passed away. And then I believe because my grandfather was a 3-time cancer survivor himself. You would never know this, but he was, because he never let the world stop him in nothing. But however, because him and my grandmother was married for 53 years, and they also showed me about real love. he didn't want to live no more. And my grandma left here. So in 2010, he literally stopped taking medicine and everything, and he left here. And so that was like, wow. And then 2014, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, my mom was gone. And it was like, wow, all this happened like so kind of close to each other. And I never forget, I travel a lot. That's like my way I clear my mind, especially to islands, countries, and states that have amazing beaches. And I never forgot, that February, I talked to a friend of mine, and she was living in Florida. And I said, I'm going to come down and visit you. And I came down to Florida, and I never returned home.
So that's that transition to South Florida you were talking about. I read in your bio.
I came down, and I was able to go to beaches every
South
day.
Florida?
I'm in Hollywood.
Okay.
And I came down to Florida, and I used to go to the beaches I still do to today, but I go to the beaches every day when I wanted to relax myself. That was like, what I did. And I never forget, because I was actually got my dream house in Bel Air, Maryland, all these things now, but you don't be thinking about nothing when life kind of hits you sometime, And I never forget, like, I came down, I left house, I left cars. I didn't care. I came down here in February of 2015, and I wound up staying. And I've been here now 10 years as of this February.
Wow.
And, I never forget that June, I spoke with a good friend of mine. She's a very amazing publicist in LA. And that June of 2015, she said, well, you ready? Because they need you at the BET Awards. I said, I'm ready to get back at it. And I started again. I opened a store down here. I did so much. I got married in 2023. And it's been amazing. I started God is in Your City. And so it's been pure amazing. It has. And it makes me, like, sometimes I cry, but it's more of tears of joy, because I'm like, dang, Ma, look what I'm still doing.
When you right before you said tears of joy, I was ready to start singing Overjoy. Because that's how I was feeling. I could feel your story. And then, the other thing is I love South Beach. I love Miami. My birthday, my 30th, my wife took me down there, celebrated it. Then 40, we did mine and went back for her 50. I mean, it's one of my favorite places, but I love the beach, period. The ocean and the islands. What's your favorite island?
Oh my goodness, I have a few, but I would have to say so far is Martinique.
I haven't been to Martinique. What are the other ones?
I love Aruba. I love Martinique.
Been to St. John's?
Huh?
Have you been to St. John's?
No, I haven't, but I have been to St. Croix. So I love St. Croix, St. Thomas. I love islands. It don't even matter. Like, I've been, all over. I love Grenada. I've been a few places, but I would have to say right now, Martinique. It's so quiet, so peaceful, and it's crazy just to see like us, so many, blacks in Martinique, but none of them speak English. That's the funny part. They're all French. And so that's like the weirdest thing, but it's so funny, but it's so cool. I think that was the coolest island. I think it was the coolest island. Yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
Okay. I haven't been there. I've been to Cuba.
I definitely love Jamaica, of course. Jamaica's like an every weekend thing. I jump on a plane, go to Jamaica. I used to think I'm part Jamaican, but
hey, I know that's right. I stayed in the Blue Mountains for like 30 days as a child in Baltimore. So I definitely, appreciate that. What's a piece of advice you wish you had known when you first started your entrepreneurship journey?
Is, just to don't allow distractions to hinder you off your journey. I think that,
And what are some of those things you would consider as distractions?
It could be a little bit of anything. Because, I had to realize in life, like I said, we taught a lot of things. It's not like none of our grandparents and stuff haven't never taught us something, but we don't digest everything when they teach you.
Right. What do you say? A hard make a hard.
A hard head make a soft behind. But, it could be anything. It's like as soon as you're doing something right, something to come. It could be family, it could be friends, it could be a job, whatever you're doing, and it's like, wow, like, and you allow it to kind of detour you from what you really should be focusing on.
Mm-hmm.
What, like I always say, your silent prayers, what you pray for. You might not translate it to everyone, but the prayers that you have cried and fell out and all this other stuff for. And it's like, as soon as that door opens, a distraction is going to come. But it's that at that point, we have to learn how to maneuver around them and continue to go towards the door that we asked to open.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You put it out there in the universe, you got to expect it to come
Yeah.
and be ready, prepared, because you got to be careful what you ask for.
Exactly.
And then I want y'all to make sure y'all writing this down, starving your distractions, making sure, those things and those people that get in your way and not necessarily doing what you're doing, or they don't have to be doing what you're doing, but just doing something constructive.
Yeah.
So surrounding yourself with those good people. What's next, for Erica M. Experience and Company and your empowerment initiatives? What's
like I said, we don't have Goddess Couture no more, but my sister's still a huge part of my business, and she's more of the back end. My sister never really liked the front of everything. So we have Ask Erica M now, which is the shoe collection. I started in 2022, God is in Your City, where, like I stated earlier, where I felt as though we don't get the recognition that we deserve, but especially women. That's only my opinion, right? That women don't get the recognition that they deserve. So I started God is in Your City, where I travel nationwide and I honor women that's making history. And so that's been amazing. I've done history. Yeah. I got that word from Stacey Abrams when she was running for governor in Atlanta. It was like the coolest thing. I'm like, it can't always be history because that's his story, but her story is ours, and so, I honor women, and I was able to start it in 2022 here in South Florida, where I honored some amazing women. And it wasn't all about celebrities. It wasn't all about political people or nothing like that. It was just honoring women. I will tell you this, one of my honorees, Miss Gwendolyn Winfield, I came in the house one day and I turned on the news, which is rare for me, but I turned on the news, and this bus driver, she was a bus driver 20 some odd years. Do you know she saved a bus full of people from an active shooter that was on her bus?
Wow.
And I felt like, even though the news was, after for a few days, and, the media and things of that nature, but I felt like that's a person that had made history, and she needed to be talked about more than just one time. And so when I reached out to her, which was very rare, because you got so much media coming towards you at this moment, I'm quite sure she responded right back. So she was one of my first honorees here in South Florida, along with the retired Colonel Josepha Benjamin, who was actually the first African-American detention colonel at Broward Sheriff Office. And so it's just, it was amazing to honor women. Then I went to Atlanta in 2023, and I came back to the DMV last year, and and so it's been amazing. So I'm looking forward to going around some more states and just honoring women that's making history.
I love that history. So you heard it right here, Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. Our sister just gave you history, and let that history go. We're wrapped up. Time is up, but I want you to leave people with how they can reach you, so that they can bring you to their city and learn how to promote history. Send those stories to our sister. Send those stories. Send those people to her, so that she can put them in history, because she's gonna make a way and put them in probably a nice pair of shoes as well. So
that's
give us
right. That's right. But everyone, like I said, everyone can reach me through axericam.com. And also they can go through Linktree / Ask Erica, and they will be able to see everything and get every single website and contact information. Yeah.
Well, it has been a true pleasure and honor to meet you and to travel through the islands with you. to get my style. I didn't get any styling tips. I just got okay. But next time you come on, we see how we can set a situation up where you can.
Yeah, I got you. I'm actually coming out, in the very near future with a men's collection. My husband was talking about it. I'm like, okay, I'm finally gonna do it. So I got you. We gotta stay connected. Hey, I got you.
I'm applying for modeling right now. Okay.
Okay.
There you go. I want to be one of your ambassadors. Hook me up. Okay.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
All right. Well, listen, it's been great having you on the Black Business Olympics, and genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side.
Yes. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there People have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are joined by the powerhouse, Mr. Jeffrey Hill, who is the CEO of Hill Financial Group, Incorporated. He leads an award-winning firm specializing in risk mitigation, wealth management, tax planning. With a unique virtual family office approach, he champions proactive planning and multi-generational client success, focusing on creating tax-free wealth for clients. The Jeffrey Hill Group Financial Group will delve into innovative strategies, creating tax wealth through a virtually just a powerful model. And ladies and gentlemen, if I could at this time welcome you to the stage, none other than Mr. Jeffrey Hill.
All righty, Darius, thank you for that intro. How are you today, sir?
Oh man, I'm all pumped up and ready to go, especially now I'm gonna learn how to manage my tax flow.
Right? That is definitely the name of the game right now for the next 4 years for sure. I mean, it's always the idea, but it's a whole different ball game with some of the moving and shaking that's going on economically and in business. So it's prime time to lock in and really figure out what you want, your legacy. Like I was talking to a client about this the other day. What you do the next 4 years could change your trajectory for the next 45 years if you do it right.
Wow. Say that again. I want to make sure people get that loud and clear.
What you do for the next 4 years can change the trajectory of what happens for you for the next 45 years if you do it right.
And so what is it? Why do you say, bless you? Why do you say that?
Well, a lot of times people sit on the sidelines, right? And it's kind of like they're playing hopscotch or double dutch. They're waiting to jump in, trying to figure out the right time. And when you think about planning is a full contact sport. Tax planning is a full contact sport. It's not like your April 15th or October. It's not any of those dates. And my apologies, I was like, But for those that know me, I'm a family man, and one of my babies was sick, and she wanted to be out on daddy, so I caught whatever she had. So you might see me wiping my nose. We out here in love. So what happens in tax planning? Tax planning starts January the 1st, and it ends on the 31st. So the earlier you start, the longer you have to take advantage of different tax strategies, right? And so when you just think about what's going on economically, a lot of people are starting to kind of pull back, and this is what happens in recession. Some people want to pull back and they want to wait until everything's going up. The same thing with crypto or investments. People have been talking about crypto and Bitcoin and all this for quite some time. When it was at 19,000, nobody was really worried about it. All of a sudden, when it jumped up to 100, oh, let me go ahead and get in now. And I had people calling me, hey, so how does this Bitcoin thing work? And I'm like, why are you trying to get in now? Why not 6 months, a year, 2 years ago? We were in this crypto winter when it was the best time to buy. Now, I know Bitcoin is sliding a little bit, but this is what I mean by, like, most people want to try to time when they want to get in the game. And sometimes you just need to be in and you're learning and weathering the storm along the way. And the best thing to do that is make sure you have a solid team behind you, because it's not like you have to make these decisions on your own. And I think that's where most people, they kind of mess up. They feel like they got to do it all their own. They don't want to spend the money to have a professional team giving them guidance and direction on their decision. And sometimes we'll talk to our friend who maybe, make a lot of money, but just because you make a lot of money doesn't mean you're necessarily inherently good with a lot of money, right? You've probably seen the ESPN 30 for 30 going broke. You got these athletes, these lotto winners, some of these celebrities who make these millions of dollars, and then like 5 to 7 years they're broke. So the idea of making a lot of money and knowing what to do with it doesn't always go hand in hand. And so when you're looking at laying the foundation of the way you build wealth, look at what's happening. There's a lot of moving and shaking. And one of the advanced tax planners on my team, he says like this, he's like, I don't know how you lean politically, but there's a lot of opportunity to put some stuff in place over the next 4 years that can really shape what's going on. And so when you're diving into the world of tax planning, think about it like this, Darius. Let's say your tax bill was $250,000, okay? And let's say you can work with us and we do some planning for you, and we help you recoup $200,000 of that $250,000. That means that's $200,000 more dollars you can put toward powering up your wealth. So the unique approach for us is we want to help people find money they're missing unknowingly and unnecessarily. As we find that missing money, we want to help them transfer that wealth to the future. And so it's really game time to get focused on what's happening. Okay. Another quick example. 2003, I remember hearing this stat. There was about $8 billion a year spent online in information products. Okay. This is like, hey, how to do this, how to do this. And people going in and buying these courses and learning how to do whatever they want. That was in 2023. And I remember the stat saying by 2027, it's going to be $1 billion a week spent on info products. And so I got to thinking about this. I'm like, okay, I understand wealth is created when you get in front of the big wave. And so if there's a huge wave of people that are going to be consuming, meaning they're going to be buying, they're going to be, purchasing, then I need to be creating more than I'm consuming. And so over the next 4 years, what happens if you get into this mode of creating, learning how to create an offer, learning how to package some digital products together, some of your likeness, some of your gifts to serve the marketplace? Well, if that 2027 stat hits, you're already 2 years ahead of schedule if you start now. And then for the 2 years after that, as it continues to increase, you're already in the game. There's a huge push for people to get market share. You're seeing regular people like you and I with quality commercials that rival what you might have seen at McDonald's or Coke. And we're starting to spend more money in advertisement because we are now looking at ourselves like we're a corporation. We're a business just like these next. So if we want to be relevant, we need to be in the game. We need to be spending money trying to attract our ideal customer, and we're trying to create this market share. I mean, I'll pause right there, but there's so much to unpack in just that thought process. So there's a lot of wealth that can be created over the next 4 years, and just kind of look at it as building your solid foundation. So if you haven't been getting financial stuff in place, you might want to go ahead and start now, okay? Because you want to be ahead of all the wealth that's coming.
I love that. First of all, just the fact that you're not focused on uh, just tax preparation, but you focus on tax future. You focus
Oh
on
yeah, yeah.
tax strategy.
We are proactive and holistic. So we want to look at what you've done in the past and say, how can we be more efficient going forward in the future?
So tell me what inspired you to start the Hill firm.
Yeah. So Hill Financial Group was started back technically in 2013. I joined the financial services industry with a Fortune 100 company, and again, I love what I was doing, but it would be funny when I would call. I was like, "Hey, this is Jeff Hill with XYZ company." People were like, "Oh, I already had an advisor for that company. I'm okay." They'll hang up the phone. And I started thinking, like, you know what? I probably need to start branding myself, because if I ever left this particular firm, I wanted people to associate me with the industry, not necessarily me with one particular company. Okay. You're buying into myself and Hill Financial Group. The company that we bring to the table is not as important as the strategies we're going to bring forth to you. Right. And so in 2013, I started to brand myself. At that time, I was still working with that same Fortune 100 firm, but I started branding my own name. And then from there, I started to widen my focus as I started looking at building my own personal wealth strategies, looking into real estate, network marketing, crypto, and different things like that. I had to expand my team outside of what I was doing, because I used to have to do my own taxes, right? And then the more business you have, the more complex it can get. And so instead of me spending hours trying to dig through all this, I'm like, you know what? I should probably just go ahead and outsource this. Because I did it, but it wasn't anything that I necessarily enjoyed doing it for myself. Right? And so I widened my focus, expanded my team, and I said, you know what? I got clients who are going to need some of this exact same type planning. They like the idea. My best clients like the idea of having a one-stop shop. They don't like necessarily having to manage multiple advisors. And what happens there is most people's team are disjointed. Their attorney doesn't know the CPA. The CPA is not talking to the insurance or the investment person. So everybody's working in their individual silos, giving advice, but nobody is looking at the big picture and how does all this stuff play together. Well, we want to make sure your estate plan, your retirement plan, your financial plan, your tax plan, all of that coordinates.
So is that what really inspired? Thank you for that answer. And you're absolutely right. It would be ideal for people to have a one-stop instead of having to kind of bifurcate their business, and especially for small businesses who may not have the resources to bring all of those things in-house.
Absolutely.
So is that what really also helped you to develop this virtual model, that family office model?
Right. So the family office is not a new concept, right? When you think about some of your big box stores or the Trump family or the Rockefellers, right, was one of the first people that did. Rockefellers, we know that name because they had a lot of wealth. And so what they did, they went out and found some of the best attorneys, best CPAs, best this, that, and they created a family office where everything was in-house, looking at different parts of the tax code and how do they maximize that, right? But a lot of times what happens, things start off on a very expensive, big level, and then it starts to like kind of drill down and get to the every average day person, right? And so when I looked at the family office model, like, okay, most people are not going to be able to afford paying, $1 million or whatever to have a whole in-house team with all these salaries and working around the clock and all that. But on the virtual standpoint, I can bring these professionals from all across different parts of the US, and we can say, let's meet virtually now. We're still going to offer those same level of services, but you don't necessarily have to pay all of these salaries like that. And so it's way more affordable for mainstream or even middle class, right? It's just, does that person understand the value of a team-based model? Or are they okay having a disjointed team? Or are they okay, trying to go out and recruit and find all the best, brightest minds? If they want to spend their time doing that, perfectly okay. But we already have it, and it's a well-oiled machine.
I love that. I was doing the research, and I realized your client base has 98% client retention rate. How do you do that? I mean, that is amazing.
So when you are looking at forward thinking and you're projecting, things into the future, and you have spent the time in educating the clients on how different things work, they don't necessarily want to start their relationship over. Before I rolled in the virtual family office, I remember sitting down with clients and they're like, man, look, this is good stuff. Like, how much are you charging me for all of this? Because of the depth of knowledge and questions that I brought to the table. And I'm bringing things to the table that they maybe not even thought about, right? And so my thing is to give value first. And so when you're giving that value and you're talking about generational planning and you're actually trying to go ahead and meet some of these people who are to inherit the money, people want to keep you around because they see you have a vested interest. And a lot of times when some of us have made a decent amount of money and we know we want to transfer it, we don't want that person to go blow it. And so if I'm the advisor that's helped you create it or protect it or grow it, and we're talking generations, 9 times out of 10, you probably want me to be working with those other generations because I'm going to take care of them as well.
Well, it's great to know that people are able to tap in and understand the value, not just from their personal, their business perspective, but you even mentioned the fact that you might be sniffing a little bit because you've been taking care of your daughter.
Oh yeah.
And so how important family is in terms of finance. And so tell me about how you encourage your clients to engage their families into their finance and business modeling and just thinking about so finance is taught early on as part of the fabric of the conversation and not just I'm gonna send you to the tax person or doing the income tax time, bonus time, or maybe just special times or times they're gonna spend money around holidays, vacations, purchases, but as it becomes a part of the conversation on a weekly, almost daily basis.
Right. And so here's what I'll say. Every client is going to be different, right? Now, one of the tax planning tools that we talk about with business owners, especially ones that have kids, is something called income shifting. This is where they will essentially hire their kids in the business. Now, they can pay their kids up to like $15,000. And with the standard deduction, they're not going to pay taxes on that. And so imagine, think about this, Darius. Let's say you are spending $1,000, $1,300 a month raising your child. That's putting them in extracurricular activities, feeding them, putting clothes on their back and all that. You're spending that money anyway, right? But if you have a business, why not shift that income over to them? So that's the tax deduction for you. Now it goes in their account, and then they can spend that money on the exact same things. And so instead of you having to foot that bill, you are now teaching them how to be more financially responsible because they're earning income at an early age, right? And so because they're earning income, now they can start to invest money early. Depending on how the company is set up, if you have a company-sponsored retirement plan, they can start to invest. You can open them an individual retirement account. They can start to invest. If you put them as an authorized user on the card and you manage that right, when they turn 18, they're going to have a lot of credit history. So a lot of it is just having a conversation with them about what they want the future to look like. And so a lot of times you hear us talk about generational wealth, but most times people think about wealth as in financial. But there's educational wealth that needs to come along with that. And this is the fear that most Black people have is, well, I don't want to just leave because they just going to blow it anyway. That's their mentality. That's why sometimes people don't want to get money because they've seen people get a little money and the family fighting over it and they broke the family up. And again, not to, act like that doesn't happen because it does. But this is where the educational legacy comes in. This is where you actually helping them understand how to build wealth and using the right legal structures to protect the wealth and to maybe put some guardrails so they just can't go out there and blow it like that. So there are tools that exist that can prevent them from just blowing that money as soon as they get it. Like my trust, for example, it's almost like a vesting period. The first year, they get access to 20% of whatever I left. And there's a HIMSS clause in there: health, education, maintenance, and support.
Wait a minute. Let me back it on up. Because I want people to catch it, right? Now, I normally tell people up front, and maybe I didn't just now, but I want people to catch the fact that, number one, you need your notebook and your pencil or your pen to be taking notes and getting this information that you are being graced by the fact that you just tuned into the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. But Jeffrey, you said your trust. Am I correct?
Absolutely.
So that needs to become something that people are more and more familiar with and understand the value of the trust. So before you talk about how you break your trust down and how your trust is being allocated and managed, talk to people just about what a trust is in general, please.
Okay. And so let me give my disclaimer. This is for informational and educational purposes only.
There you go.
Not to be considered tax or legal advice. Please consult with your own tax professional for your unique situation. Now, with that being said, let's dive into it. A trust is a legal document. And typically you hear about two different types of trusts, a revocable or an irrevocable. A revocable trust is something that you can make changes to. So, hey, I'm the grantor, meaning I am the creator of this trust. And because it's my trust, I'm also the trustee. So I am entrusted to manage the assets of the trust. Now, my family can be the beneficiaries, meaning they have beneficial interest in the trust. So my goal is to grow the assets and manage them for the sake of them. Okay. And so an irrevocable trust is a little bit stronger of a tool because you are irrevocably giving your power away and it goes to the trust because you cannot make changes like that. No, you have to go to an attorney or a judge rather, and the judge has to have a very good reason why they need to undo this irrevocable trust. Okay, I've seen it done in the case of a divorce and the clients were business owners. So with that, we had to undo it. But just having it set up and saying, oh, oops, no. That's not what you want to do. Okay. And so again, you typically go get this done through an attorney. I've seen some people that kind of want to DIY it, which is do it yourself, and they found somebody's trust and they just changed the name and all that. You can do that, but I would not recommend that because what if you miss something? What if your situation, as much as you think it is, it's not like the person whose trust you copy? So you want to go with a professional and have a professional set of eyes, or if you're going to do it yourself, at least pay an attorney to review it to make sure you didn't miss any steps. Okay, and so typically you hear about trust when somebody's talking about estate planning. Okay, so once you have accumulated wealth, you got some assets, you want your financial well-being to pass to generation or charity. Okay, and so you might think that, hey, I can just leave this money outright to them, and you probably could do that, but is that the most efficient? Maybe not. Okay, and so this is where trust come in. You can literally govern a trust from the grave, meaning I can put guardrails in place. And so even if I'm not here, my trustee at that time, because I'm gone, I'm not the trustee anymore, that second trustee is going to be responsible to manage the assets of the trust. And how did I have my well wishes spelled out? And so in this conversation, you typically hear about people having a will. So a will is a document as well. But wills automatically go to probate, which is the court system. And so once it goes to probate, all your creditors can see what's going on. So a will is going to go to probate. A trust can allow you to keep your private life private because it passes outside of probate in the court system, and it can go directly to who you want it to. And so there's several variants of trust out there, but on the basic level, you have an irrevocable and a revocable. Okay, and so when I look at my personal trust, well, I have 3 trusts altogether. One of them, it has a HIMSS clause in there. HIMSS, Health, Education, Maintenance, Support. And so a certain portion of that money goes to them when the first year I die. Okay, so let's say I left each beneficiary in my trust $1 million each. They get $200,000 right out the gate. And that can be used for health, education, maintenance, and support. Notice cars and boats and all these toys are not necessarily in there. Now, granted, if their car is bad and it is maybe not as safe as it should be, my trustee should be able to see that and say, oh, okay, you know what? Out of this $200,000, sure, you can go ahead and purchase a car with that. Another thing that I did is I put stipulations in there where they have to go purchase cash value life insurance with a portion of that money. Why would I do something like that? I look at it like this. If I have worked hard to create this wealth, and I know statistically the wealth starts to diminish as it goes to generations, I am going to force you to take a portion of this money that I just gave you and go purchase cash value life insurance. And so you can't say you don't have the money because I gave it to you. The only thing that can prevent you is if you are uninsurable. Okay. But other than that, I am forcing the creation of additional wealth by giving you the money to do so. And you have the legal roadmap, which is my trust, on what you should do with the money, at least a portion of it. Because I'm not trying to say I'm going to control all their decisions, but I want to control a portion of it. So it will take at least 5 years to burn through all of that money. But my trustees should be also advising them on better investment strategies, things like that. But my responsibility as the current trustee is to educate my children on how these different tools work. So that's what I mean by educational legacy. So you want to leave an educational legacy and the financial legacy.
You know, Mr. Hill, I tell you, you're a dynamic brother. You know, our family right now is working. You know, we're just in the throes of building trust with pulling our properties into a LLC,
good.
property management, you know, LLC, separating that out and being able to really create the dynamics for our family council to be able to manage the trust, you know, and then creating the dynamics for our grandchildren, you know, you know, so hearing these things let me know that we're on the right track.
Absolutely.
But I think it's so important that you know, we continue to create these multi-generational relationships. How is that that you work that into your client base and your strategy in terms of really helping them understand the necessity? And you mentioned some of the families, you know, that America is familiar with in terms of that. But the information that you're giving is the same information that can be used by everybody, not just those families with the big names that everybody knows about. You know, absolutely. I'm sure that in a minute we're going to hear about, you know, in a few years we're going to hear about the Hill family, right? Yeah. And you know, and that's what you're setting up. So how is it that you create that multi-generational, that mindset?
So it all starts with questions, right? I open my conversations with questions because I really need to understand what you value, right? And so a powerful question is, who do you love at the Social Security office, or, you know, at the IRS, or at the nursing home, at the hospital? Who do you know there that you love more than you love your family? And 9 times out of 10, that's, well, I don't love anybody more than I love my family, not especially not those places. Okay. So was it your plan to make them part of your beneficiary list? Well, no. Okay. You have some cracks in your plans right now because you don't have this protected, or you don't have these tools in place. So if something happens, then you're going to have to spend a portion of your wealth over here. And if you don't have it playing tax efficiently, that means you're going to be giving money over to the government unnecessarily and unknowingly. And so when you pose these questions, people are like, well, I was going to do that. Well, what can I do? All right, let's sit down and let's look at everything holistically. And now let's start moving the puzzle pieces together in better alignment. So we're not doing that. This is why I say we need to help people find money that they're missing unknowingly and unnecessarily. There's a lot of ways we do stuff because sometimes we don't know what we don't know. And every year things are changing. Tax code changes. The Tax Cut Job Act is supposed to sunset at the end of this year. That means taxes are going to go up. And a lot of your deductions are going to go away unless it's extended. Do you know what that means? Do you know how that affects you? Do you realize that you're not necessarily going to have the same amount of money to spend next year? Are you planning for these things? And so we as people don't plan to fail. We just fail to have a plan. And so having these conversations, or sometimes having the tough conversations, and just helping people raise the level of awareness of what their current plans are telling us, this is where you have those conversations like, oh, okay, well, I need to get this. And then now, hey, well, I got a nephew who just started out. I got a nephew who's an NIL athlete. Can you go talk to them? Absolutely. And so now I'm getting referred to some of these younger people, right? And I'm having these conversations. I remember one of my clients, at the time he introduced me to his daughter. His daughter was 15, I think, at the time. And we sat down. He was like, all right, I'm going to sit over here and I'm going to let you have this conversation with Jeff. Listen, ask questions, and make sure you get an understanding of what he's teaching you. And I've had several clients that have set their children down with me and let me just kind of go ahead and lay out what we're doing and helping them understand the importance of even life insurance and how, this is probably one of the foundational pieces you want to have in place. And so it's cool to see the parents say, you know what? They're my child. They're not going to listen to me. They need to hear a different voice. Because you know how the kids get sometimes like, oh, but then as they get older, they realize there's a lot of wisdom you're trying to teach them. They just weren't ready to hear. So sometimes bringing that other voice in is where I'm able to go through those different family members that have been flow generationally. Especially when you have that matriarch or that patriarch that a lot of people look up to financially. They're sometimes the first one to say, listen, we got an event going. Can you hop on a Zoom call and do a presentation for us? Sure, let's go. And they might have 10, 15 people on the Zoom call, different heads of families, and having this conversation. And so when you think about wanting to centralize wealth, that is a little more complex because you need variations of trust. Maybe you need a master trust, and then everybody has sub trusts underneath that, and you're trying to pull wealth in there, and it's going to be distributed a different way. It depends. I mean, some things can get really complex, but starting the conversation, getting an idea of what the costs are, and then designing a plan to afford the protection that you need.
Thank you for that. The time, as you mentioned early when we started, that people are in right now in terms of what's going on with the federal government, geopolitically, the transition, if you will, with regard to how finance is even being, how it's evolving. When you talk about digital currency, we had the blockchain queen on yesterday.
Nice.
When you talk about just the tax codes and how they continue just to change, the American dollar now, not necessarily in competition, but somebody else has created another currency to rival with that, in BRICS, right?
Yeah.
And so with all these things going on, you got a president talking about tariffs, which is going to impact costs, the cost of goods and services.
Right.
It's more of a global economy. So all of these things, but it really starts with, you said, one, asking the question. And I love what you said about the education legacy. It's not just to leave them good enough to leave them with the money, but to leave them with the education. And would you also agree, and you put it in your trust, you set it up, but would you also agree that it's important with that wealth and that legacy? And it just came to me as I'm listening to you, the accountability legacy, right?
Yeah.
So that, because a lot of people who may not have grown in wealth themselves have now amassed some wealth. And so they feel like I struggled, it was kind of hard, or, I had to do this, I had to do that. So I'm not going to make my children work as hard. Well, I'm not going to make them have to go through this or go through it like I did, not realizing that you might be setting them up for a downfall or failure because they're not appreciative and they're not accountable, and they don't have the work ethic tied to assuming the resources. So how would you recommend weaving that into the conversation as well?
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm framing this right. So how we weave it in the context of which part of this, right? Because there's several layers, and as you was talking about this, it reminded me of a friend that I had back in college. They were a wealthy family, house up on the hill, multi-millionaires, and they owned several hotels, Indian family. And it was interesting because the older daughter, who was my friend, she remembered before when they were in this uphill battle of creating wealth. She remembered like going helping clean rooms and this and that of some of the hotels. And her sister didn't. So her sister didn't have that same appreciation of the struggle, and they both had different mindsets. And so sometimes, unfortunately, all you can do is all you can do. It's like the whole, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink.
Right.
And so at least trying to instill some of these principles early is where the shift comes, train up a child, right? And so having the conversation, seeing where their mindset is. And this is why when you kind of know your kids, this is why you might want to put some guardrails on your things, because you know your family, right? and people can change on a dime. So when I was when I was going through insurance school, this is why I first learned about trust. And I remember the guy teaching the class was like, listen, I have it set up to where as long as they're in school, maintaining a B average, they're going to be getting monthly checks paying for their school. The moment that P drops, that money stops. Because I'm not paying for stupid people to go to school. And I was like, oh, you can do that? Right? And so, to your point, like this stuff wasn't talked about in my household. And so I had to go out and learn it. And so there's a phrase that floats around here. If wealth wasn't given to you, essentially make sure it comes from you. And so if we're able-bodied, we're working, we all have the power to probably go out and do it. Start an insurance policy, which is one of the foundational tools. Start investing. But most often, you get those people with that mindset of like, I don't want to make it too easy for them. But this is why you take them on the journey and help them understand. Give them a little bit to manage, maybe, and see what they do with it. Right now, granted, if you just put it in a portfolio that's for long-term growth, there's not a lot that you're just going to see from it, right? But if you can maybe see how they think through the usage of money and the duplication of it, different ballgame. Like the tale of the 3 talents in the Bible. What happened? I gave these 3 different people the money and let them go out and see what they did. They came back. The people who came back with more, they got blessed. Okay. And so if you really want to kind of know where the values are, start giving them a little bit of the wealth and we'll see what they do with it.
All right. I love that. Let's shift now into the business space. We probably got about 6 more minutes.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna give you some fireside chat questions, and if you give me some fire responses, and we definitely have to have you come back, for part 2, because you just have so much of wealth of information. How would you suggest firms and families? What would the checklist be for a financial services company when they're looking to hire somebody to manage and support their tax strategies and things of that nature?
Sometimes track record, designations. Like, for example, if you look behind my name, there's designations. MBA, Masters in Business Administration. RSVP is Retirement Income Certified Professional. I'm actually working on Tax Planning Certified Professional designation as we speak, right? And so designations often mean that somebody has taken a little extra step to go deeper in a certain process. Like you might have an attorney, but then you might have somebody who has an LLM. So now they're going to be dealing with like elder law or something like that. They're trying to specialize their way. Somebody can have their MBA, but they can have their MBA in accounting, marketing, whatever. So they got the generals, but then they wanted to specify something. So sometimes making sure the designations are there can make a bit of a difference. Sometimes talking to other clients, but I will caution you because everybody's going to have a different background. So, trying to interview somebody else's clients, a lot of advisors don't necessarily do that unless it's like a testimonial on the website that you can read, because most clients don't want to just show up and talk to a random stranger about what they got going on.
Right.
Like, you're not my professional. Why am I going to tell you? But what services do they provide? Is it proactive? Is it holistic? What's their plan if they can't handle something to outsource it? Do they have a network of other professionals they work with, right? Because what happens is even in part of what I do from a firm level, I teach CPAs and accountants how to offer proactive and holistic services to their clients. But what I found is some CPA, they don't really understand certain elements of tax planning. They're really strong in tax compliance. Bring me your stuff. I'm like a historian. Let me put your data in, and here you owe something or you get something back. Okay, that's not really as efficient as it could be if they're not looking at it from a tax planning perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So, how open are they to other professionals coming in, sitting at the table with them? All that makes a world of a difference. So, look for designations, look for credentials. Look for what all services they provide outside of maybe their key services, or do they have a network that they can bring in? And before the next question, I do want to say congratulations on you and your family for having these conversations and getting the LLCs and getting that stuff in place, because so often you hear people talk about it, but sometimes people do it. So congratulations for you and your family for starting that process. That's good.
I definitely appreciate that.
Oh, you muted, Darius. I can't hear you. You muted.
I apologize. The beauty of live. Rather than me ask that last question, let me give you 60 seconds. And when I do like this, that means you got 30 seconds left. To wrap it up, I'm gonna give you 1:30 to just give us 3 things that you wanted people to leave with today. You shared a great deal, and I really, would love to have you back. But share 3 things that you want to leave us with today, and then we'll close with how people can get in touch with you.
All right. First thing is it's game time. Get in the game. Les Brown says you could die in the stands watching people on the field, or you could die on the field playing the game. You might as well come down to the field and have a little fun along the way. Okay. Now, the thing is, wealth building doesn't have to be scary. Okay, because there are tools that exist in the marketplace that doesn't necessarily require you to take a lot of unnecessary risks just to achieve some growth. And so you want to start to look at the aspects of your portfolio. And as you get a little bit older, maybe you want to start dialing things back. And don't shun against the value of guarantees. Okay, that's one of the things that I love to do. I love to help people talk about their core money and plan for the core money. That's the money you want to invest, but you don't want to lose. And so make sure you have diversity in your strategy. Okay, I used to do something called macro asset perspective. It was a visual model to help people understand where we put our assets and why. So it's not just about the risk tolerance, but it's also about the tax efficiency that you use. So get in the game, guys. Go seek the professionals and get a team in place that can help you put your plan in place and plan your work and work your plan. So if you want to contact me, Jeff at thehillfinancialgroup.com, or you can shoot me a message, 501-291-0708, and you can find me on almost any social media platform. So
what's that? That's hillfinancialgroup.com?
Yes. Jeff at thehillfinancialgroup.com is the email address. But if you want to go to the website, go to thehillfinancialgroup.com. That's THEHILL, financialgroup.com. And there's even some free ebooks that I give away on the website. And it's all about helping people plan in different stages of their life with some of the risks that are coming that most advisors are not helping their clients plan for. So I kind of explained the 3 different books. So hop on the website and go download the free book.
Well, thehillfinancialgroup.com, there it is. That's how you can reach Jeff Hill and his team of professionals. He told you to go get a team. He told you to get in the game. He told you to get a financial services professional to work with. And he told you to make sure that you are leaving not only a wealth legacy, but an education legacy. And he taught you how to do accountability too. Jeff Hill, it's been a pleasure meeting you. Thanks so much for the information that you shared and being a part of the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics. And I will see you. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, that was a power-packed morning session with Jeff Hill, and really appreciate him stopping by and dropping all of those jewels this morning. So let me tell you about the Black Business Expo mission to raise funds for our high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.usa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App, which is $BBX USA. Our goal is to make sure we give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online as well at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to please donate to our scholarship fund and make sure that our young people, no matter who's in charge or running what, have the resources that they need to be successful. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors today: NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. This is Darius A. Stanton. Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaving, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Darius A. Stanton, and I am your business moderator for the session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Well, today we are in for a real treat, as always, with none other than Miss LaTanya Warren, CEO and founder of Armanisha, LLC. She leads a federally certified, SWAM owned, certified, women veteran owned, certified cannabis research, development, and education company. She collaborates with top institutions. They offer certification courses, grant application assistance, business licensing services to advance education and success in the cannabinoid industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Black Business Olympics, none other than Miss LaTanya Warren. Peace and love, Miss Warren. Welcome to the Black Business Olympics.
How are you?
I am all pumped up and ready to go, pumped up and ready to go. Win, win, win. All pumped up and ready to go, pumped up and ready to go.
Thank you so much for that introduction.
Well, I appreciate it. And please pronounce your name of your company. And I apologize for stumbling over it. I just say I was excited about this conversation we're going to have about cannabis and the research and how important it is to be able to do research and the support to be able to get Black people in a business industry that was actually at one point in time for a long period of time sending us to jail. So to know that we can get paid off something that people are getting paid off our backs for, which should have been legal all the time because it's good for us. Alcohol and cigarettes are illegal, but marijuana and cannabis is illegal, and it helps you with a number of things.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So tell me, pronounce the name of your company again, please.
Yeah, not a problem. It's Armentia LLC.
Armentia. Okay, where'd the name come from?
Yeah, so it comes from my grandmother. Her name was Armentia Watson. Phenomenal woman.
Where was she born?
So here in the Midwest, kind of a mutt, you would say, but she was a, I guess, an unlicensed botanist back in the day, where I was born in Indianapolis, but raised in Illinois. So definitely Midwest there. But then,
okay, what part of Illinois?
O'Fallon, well, Brooklyn, Illinois.
Okay, Brooklyn in the house.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. So yeah,
wonderful.
But moved to O'Fallon and Scott Air Force Base area, and then that's when I went to join the military. So, yeah.
Okay, and so from the military, where did that take you after joining the military?
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to dance about my grandmother just one more time. Again, just
please.
Like you said, the space was not legal at the time, but there were so many holistic and wonderful people who believed in this plant, and she was one of them. And then for me, jumping back to your question on the military.
No, let's go back to your grandmother.
Oh, no, we're good. I just wanted to just.
Well, the reason why I said that, though, because grandmothers are so special.
Yes, absolutely.
And I heard one of our speakers earlier today talked about doing, instead of history celebrations, herstory celebrations.
Yes.
And I want to just offer a suggestion to you, because I'm going to do the same. My grandfather was part of the Annapolis Five in the city of Annapolis, which was in Annapolis, Maryland, which was a group who helped to desegregate the city of Annapolis. And so he got a lot of publicity, if you will, and there are memorials around the city honoring him and the others. But my grandmother was a beautician who did hair in the basement of our home, and it really was another major source of revenue. But it also taught us business ethics. It taught us customer service. Taught me how to do hair. I could wash, curl, finger wave, pin curl. Okay. But the other key is she was such a humanitarian.
Yeah.
And she did so much in her beauty salon. Beauty salons can be like also tone centers, healing centers,
therapy sessions, absolutely.
And so her story. And so as you talk about your grandmother, and she was a pioneer, if you will, in the cannabis industry from the botanist perspective and understand the health. So I just want to encourage you, because you sure did encourage me to really promote my her story. And so I encourage you to do the same.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing. That was amazing. And Grandmothers are. They are the rock. Just like knowledge beyond knowledge, and then you know that you can. They're a safe space. So yeah.
Excellent. So, okay, I apologize. Now let's get on to your military career, and then we'll talk about how you got into doing the work that you're doing.
Yeah, so military was wonderful. I will tell you right up, I needed it. I was 17. I quite eclectic, but not a bad student, just needing, just the direction. And then with the military comes, zero cannabinoids whatsoever. And my grandmother understanding, my ADHD and, my energy. More than anyone, it just, medication wasn't a thing. So being in the military, it is a thing. Again, I love the Army. I love every aspect of it. But yes, they kind of
Tied your hands a bit.
yeah, the fix it, right? A quick fix of whatever you need. But getting out of the military, I realized that I choose more holistic ways to feel healthy, but then also stay focused and to just live what I feel is a healthier life.
So you said something that millions of people are diagnosed, maybe some self-diagnosed, some professionally. But this is, I think, a topic that really people need to understand and value, and that is being in the position of dealing with health and healthcare. Want to make sure that we talk to people about some of the healthy things that they can do, that are natural remedies, if you will, addressing ADHD, and those, so things that we can do to address ADHD, and how cannabis, can be used for that, because there's so many people that are taking, prescription over the counter drugs that have, of course, long-term impacts on liver, kidney, and other bodily, functions. Would you mind sharing some of the things that are, and I know it's not just a disclaimer that here on the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, we are sharing information, and we trust that you go see your physician or doctor, or whomever your healthcare professional is. But share with us some of the things that work for you.
Absolutely. And I love how you said that, like, disclaimer. Yes, we're always saying, like, hey, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a doctor, but from personal experience, and I'm not afraid to share it, I was diagnosed with ADHD and then returning back with PTSD. And it does help me. It allows me to, like I said, calm the overthinking and the anxieties and the anxiety that I might feel. But then during the day, I want to be a productive person. I like the work that I'm doing. I like knowing that I'm getting my tasks done. And so those are the things that, just putting it on the personal side of the world. But back over to what you hear so many folks speak about daily is just that, the side effects. We naturally have an endocannabinoid system within our bodies, innate in our body, right? And so having those receptors allows us to accept that plant medicine better than any pharmaceutical can do, being that we are looking to, I mean, not better. I won't say that. There are medications that we absolutely need 100%. But on certain cases, such as these, yes, we have an endocannabinoid system that accepts the receptors from that plant medicine that allows us to refill, if you will, if we are running low on those certain receptors and certain cannabinoids that, again, are innate in our body. So I hope that answers your question. I won't go too much into
It
science. I
does,
know
but
I
I
can.
definitely, but no, it does. So you've intrigued me, and I'm sure our viewers are intrigued as well. Talk a little bit about, because people are familiar with the nervous system, the muscular system, but talk to us about the cannabinoid system that you mentioned. I think people are, because very few people are aware of that. And then how is that fed? Because I believe it's only 2 or 3 ways that you can actually even feed that system. Am I correct?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So just to retouch on the endocannabinoid system, again, it is something that is naturally in our bodies. So those cannabinoid receptors from the plant medicine, they are attaching beautifully, if you will, to our receptors, allowing us to, if we are feeling that anxiety, it can, lower that anxiety. Now, keep in mind, going on to your questions on the different types of products that are there. We have through research found there are different methods, tinctures, edibles, and then it doesn't have to be just the smokable flower, right? There are healthier options. Not saying that the inhalation isn't isn't I don't want to say healthy, but we get it, right? It's
Sure.
inhalation of smoke, right? But there are healthier options, even with infused foods. But then there's that question of, well, I don't want to feel the head high. Well, that is the education that we're finding where we don't have to feel that head high to relieve those ailments that we're feeling in our body. And that's the beautiful part when you're saying difference between cannabis and cannabinoids. Cannabinoids is the entire plant itself. So it's a beautiful world of understanding, and there's so much more to unlock.
Can you, here I'm putting you on the spot, okay?
All right, I got you.
The endocannabinoid system. Spell the endocannabinoid for me. Not cannabinoid. I think people can get that, but just making sure that people get the whole.
Yeah, I love when I'm teaching the class. And like, I know the terms sound funky, but the thought and the behind it, it was so simple, right? Endo, inside, right? ENDO. And then you've got cannabinoids, CANNABINOID, right? And that's a longer word for cannabis, right? And I'm not saying that the definitions are the same, but when you're looking at the terms on paper, you're like cannabinoid, and when you're looking to pronounce it, right?
So with the cannabinoid system, thank you for that, first of all.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a fireside chat, so we do fire
Yeah,
some
I'm
things
loving
at you.
it. I'm
And you
loving
already
it.
you're ready for it,
I'm
right?
feeling too comfortable almost. So let's go.
Great. So in doing that, in understanding that, talk about the ways we know through cannabis, whether it's through flower or liquid, tincture, but also talk about the other ways that you can that it can come into the system. Breast milk is one, correct?
Oh, well, let me understand your question a little bit further by asking you one. Are you saying like when it comes to my first thought, let me say that is like how it can enter the body, right? And that
Correct.
can my second thought goes into different types of drug testing, which is also a question that comes up, and that it could arise. So I want to make sure I'm understanding
So
your
yeah, how
question
does it enter the body? Because it's in
right.
the system, but you
Right.
can't just get it anywhere. It's special. It's only a
Exactly.
few ways to get it. Am I correct?
Absolutely. So if you're going by, if you're doing anything by mouth, right, or that's going through the liver, but let's keep in mind that there are nano-emulsified products out there that bypass the liver, allowing you to feel the effects more quickly. That being said, there are external use products only out there as well. I'm going to use a great example that I love to use, especially when it comes to the innovation of this product, is that insurance companies are starting to cover the external use products. And that comes in a muscle rub or an ointment or even one of those on contact roll-ons. I know for a fact that if you are a chiropractor and you have a massage therapist on site that's using an external use only product that happens to have CBD in it, it is still covered. So these are huge, again, needle pushes that have been happening over the last couple of years that should be known about. And those are, different opportunities, different jobs, and different monetizable alternative health solutions, right?
So if in fact, and thank you so much for that.
Yeah. I hope that answered your question.
No, totally. I wanted to be sure we also covered, because you talked about, the testing.
Yes.
Now that it's in a space where we are actually able to access cannabis in most states. You know,
38 states, 3 territories in the District of Columbia.
okay, there you go. I see. That's why businesses need to hire your company to make sure
Yes.
that they
Yes.
are prepared for the licensing, which is
Absolutely.
extremely rigorous. And you know, so being able to really help that. Let's talk about the elements of your company, right?
Yes.
I'm going to shift gears because the testing piece is not as. If you want to say something about testing, we can say it just
Yes.
in case. Okay, sure.
I'll go ahead and jump in. So I decided on 3 services for this very reason. One, the PTCB course, it translates to a certified pharmacy technician course license. That means you can work in any pharmacy in any of the 50 states. Now, in the cannabis space, that means you can work at a cannabis facility, a retail facility in any of the 38 states. It is the minimum requirement. If anyone has ever, I guess, wondered why they weren't landing the bud tender position, here's why. The minimum requirement to be even a bud tender is a certified pharmacy technician. Now, that being said, that's also a minimum requirement for a cultivator. If you want a cannabis cultivation license or a cannabis manufacturing license, we have to remember that this is still a scheduled medication. And federally, that there's already laws in place that who can handle control or scheduled medications, right? So it makes sense. We're playing again a game that this plant shouldn't even be on the schedule. We understand that, but where we are right now is like, how can we get in and do things the right way and safely? And then, yes, it's a product that most folks that look like us have been in jail for, where I want to spread the awareness that there is a way that you can be in this space safely and monetizing beautifully through education and then proper licensing.
Wow. So tell us about your transition, and then people help to understand
Yes.
how you took your knowledge and what became then your passion that you then monetized.
Yeah, so I was the first with an approved cannabinoid research proposal at an R1 university. But looking at the products that I was looking to use, I noticed that a lot of the strains that I was receiving, which I think everyone for, they weren't testing very well. And so, but instead of putting the blame on anyone, I decided to go out to these cultivators and ask questions. And what it turns out is that they have some of the best chemists and PhDs and some of the best people on site, but the wheel, it looked to be reinvented where it didn't need to be. So they just didn't know about the plant. They're great maybe as a farmer, they're great as a cannabis, as a cultivator, they may be great in other fields, but in cannabis space, there isn't a lot of knowledge. So I wanted to take curriculum and embed that into the healthcare space. I also wanted to, that takes money, right? So what I noticed last year is that the National Institute of Health, they announced $150 million in cannabis research grants. That money is there for cannabinoid understanding, cannabis understanding, and just grabbing a little piece of that and then helping others understand. Even if you are a PA, a nurse practitioner, a chiropractor, these are the folks I wanted to hear from. But then you have to again collaborate with someone who knows about cannabis. So I think that's I hope that answers. I know it's a lot of words, but I hope that answers your question.
No, you're doing better than good.
Thank you.
So the cannabinoid industry opened up the table for research.
Yes.
And so in doing that, tell me how you kind of made the transition, because you said you presented the first research paper.
So not the first research paper, but I was the first with an approved cannabinoid research proposal at an R1 university here in Virginia. So it was
Okay, got
yeah.
it.
So
Got it.
yes, I have been published, but to dance with your question, that does lead to testing, right? We're now in a stage where we all have the right to say, all right, if this is legal, I have the right to know what I'm putting in my body. I no longer have to drive to mile marker 17 to pick up anymore. I get to go to a store and I get to pick what I want, whether it be a sativa strain, a hybrid, or an indica, whether it's high in terpenes or low in terpenes, depending on how I want to feel. So that
High
also
and low in
includes testing.
terpenes. Break that down for me,
Absolutely, yeah.
please.
So, yeah, high and low in terpenes, meaning there are an unmarked amount so far. We are still doing the research on that part on how many terpenes are out there, but there are some very well-known ones out there. Now, I call them terpene clusters, whether there are a lot in your grow, whether or it is pinpointed to maybe limonene, where that's that citrusy, or the sativa strain that you may see, or the limonene, any of those. I may have said that one already, but any of those terpenes that you're feeling, that contributes to that euphoric feeling that you are having, and then it also contributes to whether you're going to have a head high, we'll call it that, or a body high, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So those terpenes are just as important.
So, what element is it that impacts the uh, ADHD? The improvement of focus.
Yes. So more research definitely needs to be done. As we know, it's still a federal drug. So clinical trials are not happening, right? But
Ah,
we can collect data. What we can do is collect data. If we are discovering that more folks are using this product and it is in healthcare spaces, we can ask survey questions. What did you come in for? And then did this product work for you? And then allowing ourselves to understand that data by saying this certain sativa strain is working more so with this person, because everyone's body is different, and maybe an indica works more. Me personally, and I'll always use myself to be more transparent and just to be as factual as possible. With my ADHD, I know that a sativa strain works best for me. Indica doesn't make me tired, which a lot of people are looking for, just the restful zen feeling. It actually makes me feel a little more locked into my head where I'm still overthinking but not getting the work done. So depends on the person, depends on your body type, but there's still so much research that needs to be done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just,
I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot.
it is, but I mean, it's great information. And the wonderful thing
Exactly.
about the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, in addition to the fact that we scholarship young people and, help to provide resources for them to use their technology in terms of laptops or gain technology through
Yes.
our donations. It's important for people to know, these terms, and they can rewind, right? They can watch
Yes.
it over. They can, let me get that again. And we always tell people when I'm hosting to make sure that they write down and take notes. And if you're not taking notes in this class from Professor Warren, then shame on you. Okay.
Thank you.
No
Thank
apple
you.
for you after class if you're
Oh
not
no.
taking notes from
Right.
Professor Warren.
I like my apples.
So,
No, thank you.
so now let's talk about the business aspect um, in terms of your business and what you're offering, because you cover, quite a few different spaces. And, what is, first of all, how do you choose your clients? Because I know people often think, business, I got to get clients. But do you take time out and, vet your clients, or are you, just kind of like, hey, it's a client, I'm new in the industry, I got to take who I can and make the money and not focused on, who the client is?
I absolutely vet. So with the three services, I'll tell you this. So with the students, what I decided to do was go academics. I have been very blessed with the route and the journey that I've been on, especially on the academia side. So Armentia being partnered with Roanoke College, the very first and only university for your college to recognize cannabis bachelor's degrees or cannabis studies. My course is being offered on their website, and it is
Professor Warren.
Yeah, yes, yes. So yeah, and then if you take my course, it goes towards your degree, your cannabis bachelor's degree at Roanoke College. I've also worked with Southern Illinois University Carbondale, where they recognize cannabis bachelor's degrees, and they have a wonderful horticulture courses that you can take with a professor there. Again, it's growing, Illinois, Missouri. So I definitely, it is my hope to see Armentia on the pharmaceutical side in every university so that that wheel does not have to be reinvented. It is my goal to be a part of an HBCU, NSU, I'm calling you out. So yeah, it is definitely.
Is that
It's
North Carolina
here.
State University?
Norfolk State University.
Norfolk State. Excuse
Yeah,
me. I apologize.
that's all right. No,
Okay.
the acronym is it's pretty broad. I understand. So, thank you for correcting me. But the education coming out of that rabbit hole, I want to say this is that I gave 2 talks just this week at Roanoke College, and the room was packed. So this next generation is ready for cannabinoid understanding instead of, oh, it's just bad. But then they're seeing that, hey, why did Virginia make $1 billion in this industry in 1 year? So it's here and it's an industry.
So you're a business.
Yeah.
You're doing research. You're doing education.
Yeah.
And you're doing business registration assistance, so technical assistance. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. And so how long have you been in the space?
Yep. So Armentia started in 2020. And then I'll be honest though, a lot of this started moving way faster in 2024. So R&D for 2 years, but 2024 was really the year after the Board of Pharmacy said yes to me in December of 2023, things really took off.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
And so the registration, so you're doing the education through courses, you're doing the education through college platforms.
Yeah.
Where else are you doing the education?
Absolutely. So there are a lot of avenues. I'll definitely try to make it very digestible, right? So PTCB is Pharmacy Technician Certification Board. Again, the course is required in order to even take the national exam. So you can go to ptcb.org and type in Armentia and you'll find my course and hyperlink there. You can go straight to my website and register for the course. We use, just like a university, we're using Canvas. Even saying that word, I can just feel the cringing from the audience, but Canvas is being used throughout the university. So we are using that same platform to teach our students. We have a hybrid course where you can take the course online.
What's your website?
Yep, armentia.com, www.armentia.com.
Got it.
Yeah, and then we do have a live component where an in-person option as well. There are some students who prefer the in-person still to this day, which I totally resonate with. I'm an older student and I still feel a certain love with the in-person. So
yeah, I've been a professor myself, and when I actually started teaching intro to sociology during COVID. And it was great because we were able to create a dynamic to remove the fear. You know, we started to assess all the things around COVID, you know, so the previous viruses, the vaccines, previous vaccines, the economic situation, these theories that were out there,
yeah,
you know, they call conspiracy theories, looking at the other health risk, you know, in terms of, you know, what else, heart disease and other things that impact the pre-existing conditions. And that way, you know, because you get all this information. And so what that did was it allowed people to be able to take a step back and control the information because they were able to analyze data.
Exactly.
You know? And then when you got a chance to see that although we were being bombarded with a number of different stats and numbers, when you looked at it percentage wise compared to deaths across the globe and in comparison to other illnesses, it was like, it just really made you look differently. And so it was a lot of education, and that education helped you feel empowered and less stressful when you were getting all that information. So, so that the fact that you're actually educating people when they're getting all this different, information is really powerful. So
You
the
want to
next
have a source. You want to have like a foundation, and education is, and I'll always say this, is a foundation. When you're educated, there's less fear, there is less stress, and there is a lot of information out there online. So having a trusted, universities have been around 100 plus years, and so, but you know that they have a team that is doing that work to make sure that what you're receiving is above reproach, and it's fact checked to the third. So yeah.
So we've got about 6 minutes or so left.
Oh,
Speaking.
where did the time go?
I know. I'd love to have you back. I trust you'll be our guest next month, so that we can, when we bring the Black Business Olympics back at the last week of March. Can we get you locked in?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
These are so great and so comfortable.
So here's my question. So I'm going to kind of fire them at you, and if then shoot them back. Okay.
Okay.
And we're going to try to get 5 in. So 30 seconds or less on the question, and I'm
Done.
trying to make that 15:45. Okay, here
Challenge
we go.
accepted.
Okay. So what are some of the biggest challenges for minority owned? I don't like to use the term minority, but people of color owned businesses, certified business in the cannabis space?
Oh goodness. Some of the challenges, I want to say the funding. These licenses are not cheap. I know that it can go for anyone, but of course, I feel like they put certain things out of reach. But there are so many strategic ways to make sure that you have space in this industry,
Okay.
and you take up space, take it up. Yeah.
Okay. What advice would you give to aspiring entrepreneurs looking to navigate the complexities of licensing and grant applications?
I say take what you're doing and what you know, and hone in on it, because more than likely it'll fit in the cannabis space. On average, there are 120 different degrees that are possible at any university, and I feel that cannabis fits in every one. Marketing, CPA, accounting, a lawyer. All of these things are necessary and needed in the cannabis industry because we just don't have those things just yet. The bugs are still being worked out. So your expertise is more than welcome.
So if people were really impressed by your business, what do you see doing in the next 5 years? And what could help you evolve?
Absolutely. Creating awareness. I've got a LinkedIn. Check me out on LinkedIn. Check me out on Instagram, Facebook, all the things to spread that there is awareness and there is a small business partnered with major universities in the cannabis space, so that for those who know cannabis, even if it was, like I said, unlicensed botanists, right? Back in the day when a market didn't exist, we need you because reinventing the wheel is just unnecessary. So don't be afraid to jump in, look for the funding you deserve, and get that education, because your expertise in the cannabis space will work wonders in the market space. Just one step here, education, and then soar.
Why should people partner with you if they're interested in going into the cannabis industry?
Thank you. That's a great question. Armentia, we pride ourselves on get the work done, right? We want to do things the right way. When Old Dominion University gave me 4 interns, that to me said that this is our time and this is our opportunity to teach. So not only are you a marketing major, I'm calling out my marketing intern, and she has soared past that and is now my marketing officer, and she has an eye for social media marketing. She has gotten us through all of the ins and outs of just the negatives. Take this post down. Don't do that. And now she's an expert, not just in marketing, but she has this extra gift of hers that a lot of people just don't.
What are you? What's on the horizon, and how can people help your company?
Yeah. Please go to my website, armentia.com. We are always looking for more expertise outside of the cannabis industry. There are a lot of people who say, hey, how can I help? If you are like I said, a CPA, a lawyer, and you're willing to learn the cannabis space, there are so many people in the cannabis industry that could use you, that they need you. How you can help Armentia, just that. If you know anyone who is looking to be in this space, if you know any grant writers, I'm always looking for more folks to spread awareness, but you can't do it alone. It takes
So
a
you have the
powerful team.
capacity. Do you have if you had right now your team is how large, and if you could
Yeah.
expand it, how large would you do it? And do you need funding? Do you need investors? And if you had investors, would you be able to really, would your company be a solid investment?
Absolutely. We've got everything you need from the projections to everything, proposals, all of that. I won't dance into the testing part so much. I'll focus on these three things, but investors, yes, because again, I want to see Armentia partnered with every major university so that these universities don't have to reinvent the wheel. We've put in the work so that we stay above reproach. We've created a name for ourselves. And yes, I do have a team. I've just expanded my education arm. I'm looking for more educators who are willing to put in that 5-week time, but then turn around and teach. So I'm very proud of being able to grow that side and add an educator to the program. I'm adding on the business side, project managers for that side of the world, but also have an understanding of cannabis space is very much so needed. Grad students on the research and education side, please reach out. My email will be, it's in there, ltwarren001@armentia.com. If you're a scientist, 001, no matter where you move the decimal, you're still number one, right?
I love that. I love that so much. Well, listen, it has been our honor here on the Black Business Network, Black Business Olympics, to host you today. And we are so grateful for your work and your research and your thoroughness. You are history in the making, and, shout out to your grandmom, or my friend said, not to say, one of my business partners said, don't say shout out, credit to your
I
grandmother
like credit, right? Yeah, we got
and
this.
your family for doing such a phenomenal job and creating such a dynamic young lady. Yes. So from one young man to a young lady, thank you for being you.
This is great.
We look forward to having you back on the Black Business Olympics, Black Business Network, and please make sure we get you booked for the future. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you
All
so
right.
much. This was so fun. Thank
I'm
you.
so glad you enjoyed it. Thanks so much. Please share with your friends so we can bring on other folks and make sure we get you some investors to take your business to the next level.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Oh, all right. Make sure that you know the genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. Wow, what a fantastic young lady and a dynamic vision for her business. So we want to be able to create other superstars like that. And that's why we promote the Black Business Expo's mission to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or the Cash App you see on the screen, $BBX USA. And our goal is to give laptops to and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to please donate to our scholarship fund. And our sponsors for this month, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo. And just remember this: This is Darius A. Stanton saying genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. Peace.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission